She was then 8, now 9. My 8-year-old was going down the road. And I'm like, man, I can't do that anymore.
Be the youngest one is the young speed, and it's fast.
That's cool.
Man, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, where's the rest of our crew here?
Oh, they'll be around.
He's here, right? Okay. I do, yeah. I got you see it?
Oh, it's shiny new.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, I saw it.
Good morning. Welcome to the first Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting of 2024. Happy New Year to everyone. I will now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constance 4.
Thank you. So for today's invocation, we have a special guest that I thought would be nice to have come lead us in our first prayer of the year. Southlake resident and UT quarterback, the number 3 ranked Texas Longhorns quarterback, Quinn Ewers. Quinn, come up, do the invocation for us. Please rise.
All right, everybody, please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for waking us up this morning. Lord, thank you for getting us here safely. Lord, thank you for waking us up with breath in our lungs, Heavenly Father. Lord, we pray that you just be with the families that were in the explosion yesterday here in our own county, Lord. Lord, we ask that you open our hearts and fill our minds with your truth, Lord. Lord, help us understand the true meaning of what it means to be a Christ follower. Lord, it says in Joshua 1:9, have I not commanded you, be strong, be courageous, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go, Lord. So I ask that you just help us understand the true meaning of that verse, that you truly are with us wherever we go. Lord, we love you, and we thank you for everything that you do and everything that you will continue to do for us. It's in Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Quinn, for coming this morning. Quinn is a resident of Southlake like me, obviously the quarterback at Texas. And this morning, the final rankings were released, and Texas came in at number 3. So congratulations again to you for that. He represents Tarrant County well. All right, do we have any agenda announcements, Mr. Merritt?
Yes, sir. Good morning, court members, and Happy New Year. A couple of quick announcements. We have several items that have been pulled from the consent agenda. The first one is number A12. The next one is E3. F3. G2. And in your red folders, you should have an updated court communication for J6 in the purchasing section. That's all we have, sir.
A12, D3, F3, G2, and J6.
J6 wasn't pulled. You just have an updated court in your red folder.
J6 remains.
Yes,
so
sir.
A12, D3, F3, G2.
Is it
Yes, sir.
E3 or E. Edwards?
E. Edward.
E3.
Yes, sir.
My mistake.
Yeah, E3, F is in Frank, 3. G is in girl, 2.
All right, do we have any Commissioners Court announcements?
I do.
Okay.
On January 18th, we are having a town hall meeting. It's our first town hall meeting over in Precinct 2. Everybody is welcome. It is entitled State of the Tarrant County Jail, and our very own Sheriff Wayburn will be on the panel along with others. So I think it starts at 6:30. Gabe? 5:30 on January 18th. So everybody's welcome to come over.
On February the 9th, we'll have I believe our 14th annual Transportation Summit. It'll be at the Hearst Convention Center and start at 8 in the morning and go till about 1:30. And we have have kind of a unique speaking group. We have a team of Ross Perot Jr. speaking with the president, the president of the Federal Reserve, Lori, what's her last name? Oh, yes, what is it? Lori Logan. Lori Logan.
CEO of the Dallas
Yeah,
Reserve.
she's the CEO and president of the Federal Reserve. So we're very excited about that team, and I think it's going to be a great day.
Excellent. As you all know, stock show season is here, and Tarrant County Precinct 4 this year, we're partnering with the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo on January 29th, Monday, for the Tarrant County Salutes Veterans event. The stock show is providing free entry to all veterans that day, and we're going to have an expo there with hundreds of vendors that will provide valuable services to our Tarrant County veterans. So please come out at noon. It'll be from noon to about 5 or 6, depending on what volume we have. But we'll have Medal of Honor recipients. It'll be a really great event. So looking forward to January 29th. Please come out.
All right, so everybody knows about the gas explosion by now. There were 21 total people injured, 1 critically. That one that was injured critically was stabilized at JPS and then air flighted to Parkland, and they're being treated at Parkland currently. Fortunately and miraculously, no casualties. Nobody died in this. And yesterday, we sent everybody home in county buildings downtown just out of an abundance of caution at around 4:15, 4:20. But they're still working in the area and still trying to clean it up and do a lot of things. So please remember to pray for those who are injured and their families. Y'all may remember last meeting, I think it was, I had talked about how Maricopa County came and donated a ton of eggs to the Tarrant Area Food Bank as a result of the World Series bet we made, where we fortunately won. They've invited me. They're going to actually do the same donation to a food bank in Phoenix this Thursday. They've invited me and the Tarrant Area Food Bank Executive Director. So the two of us are going down there, paid for by campaign funds, I might add. But we're going down there on Thursday, so we'll be representing Tarrant County and Maricopa County for that. And if you didn't see, someone vandalized 2 nights ago the old courthouse across the street. So take a look at the video. If you have any information on who that may be, please contact the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office so we can give that person an all expenses paid trip to the county jail. Next up, we have approval of the minutes. Do we have any motions, corrections, or any comments on the minutes?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have our proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. The first one is our employee, dear heavens, where did that go? Our employee recognition. And I would like to say to all of our employees, we greatly appreciate you. We would appreciate you even more if I had the list of all the people that I was supposed to recognize, and I will find that here shortly. Let's start with our 5-year employees. I'm going to call your name and ask you to stand so we can recognize you all at once. Tamara Alden, Mark Atterbury, Abu Baba, Wendy Burgess, Judge Jason Charbonnet, Annette Coniglio, Judy Daughtry, Matthew Duffy, Janet Farmer, Deborah Flores, Cindy Grisham, April Hanks, Kevin Higgins, Matthew Hinojosa, Madeline Jones, Jeffrey Keitzer, Judge Alex Kim, Christopher LaCroix, Iman Nachawati, Joshua Nicewinder, Judge Kenneth Newell, Brian Ray, Abraham Sanchez, Judge Kenneth Sanders, Derek Sutter, Tamara Swafford, Christine Torres, Danielle Wojcicki, help me out there, Danielle, and Stephanie Zanfino. Those are all of our 5-year employees. Thank you all very much. Now for our 10-year employees, we have Patrick Burnett, Layla Delgado, Rebecca Gutierrez, Pamela Maples, Shayla Moses, Patrick Navejar, Christine Nieves Medina, Prasanna Pili, and Larry Vermillion. Thank you all very much for your 10 years. All right. Does this mean we do not have any 15-year employees today? Okay, we have one. I don't have that in our, none of us have that in our court notes. 15? That's 15. All right, we're gonna find you. Can you all find me a list of the 15, 20s, 25, all? Okay, here we go. All right, here we are. Thank you, Andy. 15-year employees: Michael Barnett, Delilah Crow, Domingo Garza, Calvin Jennings, Alan Ludwig, Eric Metcalf. Isaac Samaniego, Adolphus Taylor Jr., and Judge Melody Wilkinson. Thank you all for your 15 years. Eric, you don't look like you returned 15 kicks for touchdowns on the NFL. So.
Unfortunately, I was in high school when he was in.
Okay, excellent. Means he's younger than me. I'm getting old. All right. So our 20-year employees, we only have 3 today. Kathleen Guyton, Carol Ladkins, and Wesley Loudon. Thank you all for 20 years. Now, we have some 25-year employees, and y'all may know that what we normally do for our 25-year employees and 30 and 35 and 40, if we have any, this time basically we have 2. Normally, we invite them to our office, sit down, meet with them. Because of the holidays and vacations and things, we did not do that for January. But for anyone who is interested in coming by and meeting and visiting and talking, tell me what's going on in the county, or just getting to know me and so I can get to know you, you are welcome to come by this month. We do have some folks here, quite a few for 25 years, and we have some information on them. So first is El Maurice May. She was born in Fort Worth, went to Terrell High School, has 2 kids. She loves to shop, and especially at retail stores. Loves to travel and visit other states. Her most memorable moment was when she received her 25-year award here at the county, and that's right now, so you're all part of it. And she loves going out to eat with family and friends, so thank you very much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. Next, we have Susan Strange. Susan here with us? Okay, Susan has also been with us 25 years. She is the reprographics manager. She was born in Concord, California, went to high school in California, went to college at Tarrant County Junior College. She has 1 son. As a child, she collected arrowheads and rattlesnake buttons. That's a fact no one knows about her. 2 facts. For fun, she loves gardening and shooting firearms. Other job titles she's had with the county, she's had several. She's been graphics assistant to what she is now, reprographics manager, but all have been with facilities management. Her most memorable moment, she remembers the flood, the snakes, the exploding toilet, and Roger the raccoon that was stuck in our ceiling. And what she likes the most, she said she is blessed to work with a great graphics and printing team and thankful for the support that they have all had throughout the years. So thank you, Susan. We appreciate you for 25 years. Next, we have Eric Martinez. Eric, are you with us? There we go. Hi, Eric. How are you? Welcome. He is a lieutenant over the Combined Narcotics Enforcement Team and the SWAT commander for the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office SWAT team. So thank you for that. Born in Fort Worth, graduated from Boswell High School. Has 3 children, 1 son, 2 daughters. Here's some facts that no one knows about him. He was originally hired as a clerk and was assigned to be Captain Dan West's secretary at the Green Bay facility. He is the first and only one in his family who is in law enforcement. What he likes to do for fun, he loves to play golf. He enjoys traveling to new destinations when he can and when he has the money. When the weather is right, he loves to bass fish, and he loves pretty much anything outdoors. He has had a host of job titles with the county. Clerk in confinement, jailer, release desk deputy, patrol deputy, SWAT operator, narcotics detective, emissions enforcement task force investigator, patrol sergeant, criminal investigations division sergeant, CID lieutenant, patrol administrative lieutenant, CNET lieutenant, and SWAT commander. Pretty remarkable. His most memorable moment, there's so many to talk about, but he was given a small tip about a drug situation on an individual that's suspected of distributing bulk marijuana. As a result, they developed probable cause and executed a search warrant on his residence, yielding over 600 pounds of marijuana and significant amounts of U.S. currency. This was, at the time, the largest marijuana seizure in the narcotic unit's history. There was a media release that aired before he could get home that day, and as he walked in the door, his oldest daughter called him the Doobie King after seeing it on the news. He would later receive the Commendation Bar Service Award for this investigation. Quite a memory, I'm sure. What he likes the most is being a part of leadership and supporting the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office team members as they grow on their career paths, and he loves to mentor and pass on all that he has learned. Thank you very much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. Next, we have Michael Ford. How are you, sir? Good. Thank you for being here. He was born in Fort Worth, 25 years with us, went to Western Hills High School, has one daughter. This is pretty cool. A fact no one knows about him. His grandfather wrote the song Waltz Across Texas. That's pretty cool. What does he like to do for fun? Golf and saltwater fishing. Other job titles he's had. He started with the jail when he was 19 years old. Since then, he's had various assignments in the Patrol Division, Narcotics Division, Warrants Division, Judicial Division, EETF Task Force, and the Criminal Investigations Division. His most memorable moment, he once watched a 16-year-old kid back his father's new truck and boat trailer into Benbrook Lake. He forgot to put it in park before getting out, and he bet he hasn't made the same mistake twice. What he likes most is having the privilege to help people when they need the help the most. Thank you for 25 years, Deputy 4. We appreciate you. Next, we have Tracy Kirby. Is Tracy with us? Okay, so Tracy is a corporal and instructor, born in Fort Worth, went to Northside High School, has 5 kids, 4 girls and a boy. So maybe there's hope for me. And a fact no one knows about him. Oh, this is really cool. He's been to 17 of the 32 NFL stadiums. I got to correct him. There's 30 NFL stadiums because 2 teams share stadiums, but he wants to visit all of them. I want to do the same thing. I went to my 18th this year, the Buffalo one. Very cool. We're going to have to talk about that. What does he like to do for fun? He enjoys cooking and training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Other job titles he's had with the county. He started off as a Tech 1 in the jail in 1999 because he wasn't old enough to be a detention officer. He's been a background investigator, a security control specialist. He was promoted to senior specialist corporal in the first group when the position was restructured, working in booking for 15 years. He moved over to housing as a floor supervisor, and he's currently the primary instructor for the jail academy. Tracy is a female. Tracy's not here, so not he, she. And she became the first female Hispanic instructor for the sheriff's office. And what she likes the most is traveling and getting to experience different cultures and cuisines. Deputy Kirby, thank you very much for your service for 25 years. We appreciate you wherever you are. All right, next we have Michelle Sanders, also with us 25 years. She is a legal assistant with the mental health unit. Is Michelle here? Oh, hi there. Did you think you were going to get away with not being standing up there? All right, she was born at Carswell Air Force Base Hospital in Fort Worth, went to Polytech, went to college at Tarrant County College and UTA, has 3 kids, 2 sons, 1 daughter. This is pretty cool. A fact that no one knows about her, she was a preemie and weighed 2 pounds when she was born. So pretty cool. What does she like to do for fun? Shop till I drop, then crawl. Fishing, singing, and spending time with family. She has been a supervision clerk with CSCD, an associate clerk with the district clerk's office, a legal secretary with the DA's office, and mental health coordinator with the DA's office. Her most memorable moment, showing up to work on a scheduled off day and working with her son DeMarcus and daughter Kirstani for years while working with the county. What she likes most, meeting some very nice people, making friends along the way, and she gets to retire to enjoy the backside of her life with the husband of her youth while she can still recognize him. So thank you, Michelle, for 25 years. We appreciate you. Next, we have Carl Cole. Is Carl with us? Hello, Carl. How are you? He is micro-imaging scanner operator, also born in Fort Worth. We got a run of Fort Worth folks today. Brewer High School, went to college at UNT. Was it UNT when you went?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. In fact, no one this is cool. In fact, no one knows about him. He is a Hall of Fame member of the 1989 football team from Brewer High School. Very cool. What did you play?
I played defensive tackle, believe it or not.
Excellent. All right. What does he like to do for fun? Read history and military books. His most memorable moment, he participated in the 2015 Jingle Bell Run as a member of the county clerk's office. He was stretching, getting gear ready, doing all that you do, and got a tap on the shoulder from Mary Louise that told him he had just missed the start of the event. But he was limber. What he likes the most is to find humor in everyday occurrences. Carl, thank you very much for 25 years. We appreciate you. Next, we have another 25 years, Dr. Yvette Wingate. Is Dr. Wingate here? Hello there. She is a Community Health Equity and Inclusion Division Manager. She was born in Austin, Texas. Her high school, St. Stephen's Episcopal and Lanier High School. She went to college at the University of Texas at Arlington, where she has degrees, Master of Public Administration, Bachelor of Arts in Sociology, and Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and Criminology. She also went to Dallas Baptist, where she got a Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership, which means she is probably the smartest person in this room. She has two children, 2 adult boys, and her oldest son is a former student athlete at UTA. Her youngest son is a junior at Houston Tillotson University and a published poet, which I bet you're proud of them. Fact no one knows about you. I can see this. This is pretty cool. She trained in the long jump to compete in the 1994 Olympics. Pretty cool. What does she like to do for fun? Game night with her sons. She has had other titles with the county: health educator, health education coordinator, senior policy analyst, and health equity coordinator. And her most memorable moment, she managed an award-winning, nationally recognized program for teens for 15 of its 20 years of existence, Teen Video Fest. The youth were exposed to various aspects of public health, community-based organizations, and the professional world of video production. There was a competition. Those who competed had to identify a health problem, a solution, and share health statistics along with resources. One of those years, she hosted a show on the Fort Worth Cable Channel to highlight the winners. One of the categories was physical health, and a team of 2 young men were the winners. One of them was overweight, and he told me that he was glad that his teacher made his class participate in Teen Video Fest. He said that because of what he learned while doing the research creating the video, he decided to eat healthier and exercise regularly. He stated he understood the importance of how this decision will impact the health of future generations and his family. Pretty cool. What she likes the most is being a servant leader and being able to meet people where they're able to improve their quality of life. Dr. Wingate, thank you for your 25 years. All right, next we move to 30 years. Bobby D. Harden Jr. Good afternoon, sir. 30 years. Good morning. It is. Birthplace, Pasadena, California, home of the Rose Bowl. Went to South Grand Prairie High School. Went to college at UTA also. Has 2 kids, both daughters. And they both, this last year, had babies. So they became grandparents 2 times this past year. In fact, no one knows about him. Everyone knows everything about me that I want them to know. I like it. That's a good answer. If you'd been in my office, you wouldn't have gotten away with that, but you're okay. What do you like to do for fun? Golf, camping, fishing, hunting, watch old Western movies, and work on projects around the house. What's your favorite old Western movie?
Big Jake.
Big Jake? Yep, that's a good one. Have you been to the John Wayne Museum? You should check it out. It's very cool. What other job titles has he had with the county? Deputy, Field Training Officer, Instructor, Judges Bailiff, and TCLEA President. His most memorable moment as TCLEA President, killing a bill that was going to alter TCDRS and our retirements. And what he likes the most, besides the people he works with, having the opportunity to do something significant each and every day. So thank you very much, Deputy Harden, for 30 years. We appreciate you. Captain Harden, Captain Harden. All right, Floyd Heckman Jr. Is Floyd here? All right. Floyd has been with us 35 years, so thank you for that. He was born in Easton, Pennsylvania. For the baseball players out there, yes, that is where the baseball bats come from. He went to Joshua High School. He got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Lamar University. He has 5 kids, adopted 4 of them, and he's been married for 32 years. Very cool. In fact, no one knows about him. He's a huge fan of Rush. What's your favorite Rush song?
Mine.
That's mine too. All right, good. What does he like to do for fun? Family. He just loves spending time with his family, doing things for his family. And he is a big advocate of anything that is helping autistic kids or adults. Anything autism related, he's a big advocate for. Other job titles he's had with the county. He's worked in the training academy. He started in the jail. He's done patrol. He's done internal affairs. He's done SWAT. He's done undercover in narcotics. He's been all over the agency. His most memorable moment, he helped a lady find her kids who had been kidnapped, and they had been gone over 2.5 years. Yeah, that's worth a round of applause. And those 2 kids, one of them is now a rocket scientist, and one of them is a very successful businesswoman. It's two girls, and he's followed them to see how they're doing, which is pretty cool. And then another very memorable moment was an active shooter situation he was involved in. Something that I noticed about Captain Heckman is he really does have a heart of gold, a heart of service. He also served in the U.S. Army. Thank you very much, Floyd, for 35 years with Tarrant County. We appreciate you. Now, last year, if I remember correctly, we only had 2 people that this applied to. I mean, one person this applied to, somebody that had been here 40 years, and she worked in public health. Y'all may know who she is. Today, we have 2 people celebrating their 40th anniversary with Tarrant County, which is unbelievable when you get right down to it. So, James, where are you? James Misilich? Where are you? Hello. Did I get that right? I don't think y'all heard me. 40 years. He is a bailiff in County Court at Law Number 1, born in Kane, Pennsylvania, went to high school in Pennsylvania, went to college at New Mexico State University, University of Pennsylvania, and University of Houston, has 1 daughter, and this even deserves a bigger round of applause. This month, he will have been married to his wife for 56 years. This is really cool. A fact no one knows about him. His final reenlistment in the U.S. Air Force, the oath of office was administered by an Army officer, which doesn't happen all that often, but that officer was his daughter. So very cool. He loves to travel, loves to fish, loves sports. Other job titles he's had with the county, started in patrol. He's worked the release desk, classification, grievance and disciplinary, bailiff, and then he's a judge's bailiff. His most memorable moment, and not necessarily the most memorable, but the most serious, when an individual came into the courtroom and fatally shot an individual in Judge Mills' court when he was there to testify on another issue. I'm sure that's something you don't forget easily and stays with you forever. He just wanted to remind folks that shootings can happen, do happen, be on guard, be watchful. What he likes the most, Tarrant County is a great place to work. He has worked the last 13 years and 9 days today for Judge Don Pearson in County Court at Law at the 1895 courthouse. In his opinion, it's the best courthouse to work in Tarrant County. And best of all, he works with a great group of people. James, thank you very much for 40 years of service. When I'm done with the next one, I would like you, James, and our next one to come up to the podium so we can all take a picture with you. That you get that after 40 years. So you get it. That's an incentive to hang on another 15. All right, our final one to recognize today, 40 years, Ann Diamond. She is an assistant district attorney in the civil division. She was born in Illinois, went to high school in Illinois, went to college and law school at Illinois. She got an MBA from UTA via the county's tuition reimbursement program, and yes, it has been useful on the job. No kids, but blessed with multiple nieces, nephews, grandnieces, grandnephews. In fact, no one knows about her. Her brothers and Anne, they spoke French as small children at home. French was her mother's first language. Pretty cool. Her brothers and her promptly refused to speak French once they went to elementary school, where all the other kids only spoke English, and she has forgotten most of her French. What she likes to do for fun, hang out with friends, and have great conversations. Other titles she has had with the county, she has always been an assistant criminal district attorney, 40 years. That's very cool. I won't put you on the spot and ask how much longer you're going to do it, but I'm going to ask you privately because that's an incredible run. Most memorable moment. So many moments, good and bad. The one moment that has had the most instant lasting impact on her was a difficult one. The 1992 fatal shooting in the old Court of Appeals courtroom in the old courthouse, where a fellow criminal district attorney Chris Marshall and another lawyer died. Other people she knew were wounded. That day forever changed her. There have been great moments too, but that day is the one that stands out the most. What she likes the most, two things. The people she has worked with, both at the CDA's office and with other county offices, are amazing. As to the CDA's office, the civil division team members are some of the most talented attorneys and best human beings you will ever meet, and it has been great working with them over these decades. She truly appreciates the opportunity to continually learn new aspects of law and apply that knowledge to resolve complex legal problems, ideally without inadvertently creating a new problem. And she says the county employee benefits are great. Never underestimate the importance of great employee benefits. So, Ann, thank you so much for your 40 years. I will entertain a motion to receive and file the employee recognition.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And Ann and James, if you'll join us up front, please. Let's take a picture with everybody. employees that do not know,
I mean, it's just unexpected costs, and so there's a balance of, and especially advertising. You never know. It's just,
where are we? That's right. All right, as we continue the meeting, next up on the agenda is a memorial resolution. This is presented by Commissioner Simmons.
And Commissioner Brooks. This is a joint resolution. And before I turn it over to Commissioner Brooks, I want to say that I had the opportunity to attend Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson's wake last evening. And I had observed her service for decades. But there was a lot I did not know. And so attending the wake was very eye-opening. And I first had the opportunity to work with her in 2015. We worked together to put a symposium together, and so I got to know her well then. And I appreciate all that she has done, the inspiration that she has been for me and others. And so Commissioner Brooks and I thought it would be fitting for us to present a resolution in honor of her work and her life. So there you go.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I may read the resolution into the record. Memorial resolution honoring the life and legacy of U.S. Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. Whereas Eddie Bernice Johnson, a retired member of the United States House of Representatives, was born December 3rd, 1934 in Waco, Texas. And whereas Ms. Johnson, during a time of segregation in the United States, earned a nursing certificate at St. Mary's College in 1955 and a nursing degree at Texas Christian University in 1967. And whereas Ms. Johnson began her professional career in 1956 at the Dallas Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Dallas, Texas, and became the hospital's first African-American chief psychiatric nurse. And whereas Ms. Johnson won a seat in the Texas House of Representatives in 1972, becoming the first black woman in North Texas to be elected to public office, and a seat in the Texas Senate in 1986, becoming the first African-American Texas senator since Reconstruction. And whereas Ms. Johnson was elected to the United States House of Representatives in 1992, becoming the first registered nurse to hold a seat in Congress. And whereas during her esteemed tenure, Congresswoman Johnson became the first woman to chair the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. And whereas Congresswoman Johnson served on the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, where she secured more than $1 billion in appropriations for North Texas. And whereas Congresswoman Johnson represented Texas's 30th congressional district, whose boundaries originally included parts of Tarrant County, for 30 years before retiring in January 2023. And whereas on December 31st, 2023, Congresswoman Johnson, a pioneer, trailblazer, humanitarian, and social justice advocate, died after a brief illness, devastating her family, constituents of her former district, and peers and communities across the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the life and legacy of the gentle lady Eddie Bernice Johnson, a strong and valued leader, and call upon all citizens to celebrate her enduring achievements in public service. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of January 2024. And just as an aside, I have known Eddie Bernice Johnson since she was elected to the Texas legislature in 1972. In her passing, Texas has lost a valuable resource. And through this resolution, we extend our prayers to her family and to the very many people across District 30 and Texas for a life well lived.
I move approval of acceptance of this resolution.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Our next resolution will be presented by Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. This is presented to the Arlington Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Committee, Incorporated, on its 35th anniversary. I do think we have folks here from that celebration committee. Let's see. Okay, I see you, Aaron, and Pastor Jones. So I'll read the resolution, and I'll ask you to come up, and we'll take some pictures. Whereas the Arlington Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Committee, Incorporated, was formed in 1989 when representatives from Arlington businesses, faith-based groups, cultural and educational organizations joined to create a unique and special tribute to Dr. King and to honor his dream. And whereas the inaugural celebration was held in 1990 and featured 3 days of activities and attracted nearly 1,000 participants. And whereas 35 years later, the celebration continues as a collaboration between the City of Arlington, Arlington Independent School District, University of Texas at Arlington, Tarrant County College Southeast Campus, and the Arlington Ministerial Association, and has grown to serve more than 6,000 people. And whereas since its inception, the MLK observances continue to evolve and now spans 4 days and includes the 2024 MLK Advancing the Dream Gala, MLK Step Show and Talent Showcase, MLK Poetry Meets Jazz, MLK Hubert Moss Ecumenical Service, the Zeb Strong Jr. MLK Day of Service, MLK Day of Service Festival, MLK Youth Extravaganza, and MLK Historical Timeline Exhibit. And whereas the celebration exemplifies Dr. King's vision and purpose, encouraging positive interactions and character development while bringing all communities together to advance the American dream. And there is no other event in the nation that honors Dr. King the Arlington way. And whereas the Arlington Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration success is due to the committee's dedication to keeping Dr. King's vision alive and inspiring others to fulfill their dreams. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and congratulate the Arlington Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Committee Incorporated as they commemorate 35 years of preserving the legacy of Dr. King and the significance of his inspiring work. Further, we encourage all citizens to attend and enjoy the festivities of the 2024 Arlington Advancing the Dream celebration that begins this Friday, January 12th, 2024. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of January 2024. All right. I move approval of acceptance of this resolution.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, picture time. So we have, let me see who we have. Okay, Dr. Aaron Perales from Arlington Independent School District. What's your title now, Aaron? Because you've been up.
I'm the Executive Director of Engagement, Equity, and Access with Arlington ISD, and I have the honor of serving as the chair of the Celebration Committee this year.
Okay. Did you want to add anything, Mr.
Just
Chair?
on behalf of the 4-day Celebration Committee, I would like to thank Judge O'Hare, Commissioner Simmons, and additional commissioners for this resolution and recognition, and do invite our Tarrant County community to come out and celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King with us this weekend.
Okay. Thank you. And we have Pastor Jones with us. Are you still president of the Arlington Ministerial Alliance?
Yes, I am.
And president of the Arlington NAACP?
Yes, I am.
And you serve on this committee?
Yes, I am.
Absolutely. And are you over the ecumenical service on Sunday?
Yes, I am.
Okay. He's the speaker. I'll be there.
And I'd like to invite all of you to come out for this occasion, especially since it was this is the 35th anniversary, and what we like to reflect on greatly in Arlington is that Dr. King was a member of the clergy. He started out as a Baptist preacher. And so especially the AMA, the Arlington Ministerial Association, and Engage Arlington takes special pride in this year's celebration, and would like to invite all of you out for the ecumenical services at Trinity United Methodist Church, 5:30 on Sunday afternoon, where all of you will be honored for being there.
Thank you. Who's the speaker?
The speaker is the Bishop of the North Texas and Central Conference of the United Methodist Church, Dr. Reuben Sines.
Okay. All righty. We have two.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. The next item on our agenda is a proclamation be presented by Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, thank you. With us to accept this proclamation is Bishop Keith Ackerman and Father Rich Stoglin from the Anglican Diocese of Fort Worth. This is a proclamation honoring the life and the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Whereas the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. has left an indelible mark on the fabric of our nation, promoting liberty, justice, and unity, and whereas Martin Luther King's iconic I Have a Dream speech continues to resonate, inspiring generations to strive for a society built on justice, impartiality, brotherhood, and instilled the wisdom that individuals shall be judged by the content of their character. And whereas, in recognition of his unparalleled contributions to civil rights and his tireless advocacy, in 1983, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the designation of the third Monday in January as a federal holiday in honor of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And whereas, in celebrating the birthday of Martin Luther King Jr., we honor an American who recognized the great injustice of segregation and discrimination and made his life's purpose to right these wrongs in favor of freedom, fairness, and reconciliation. And whereas Dr. King rejected violence, relying instead on his eloquence and the moral force of his convictions, changing not only laws, but hearts and minds. And whereas, on January 15, 2024, the Anglican Diocese of Fort Worth is hosting its inaugural Mass for MLK at St. Vincent's Anglican Cathedral, representing more than 10,000 members. And whereas, we encourage others to stand with the Anglican Diocese of Fort Worth in remembering the words of Dr. King. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Let us unite and be true to the American dream he loved and strived for. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim Monday, January 15th, 2024 as a day of reflection and tribute to the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of January 2024. I move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? Now, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Father Stoglin, Bishop Ackerman, if you would please come forward. If you have anything to add to that, I would love to hear some words.
First of all, thank you, Judge O'Hare, County Commissioners, and particularly this morning, Commissioner Ramirez. The Bishop has asked me to say a few words before he renders a blessing and words of appreciation. As a 22-year-old who was born in Texas and had gone to the University of Wisconsin, River Falls, matriculated to the Gammon Theological Seminary in Atlanta, Georgia, I went to 334 Auburn Avenue, and there I met the third president of the SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, who was a founder of that organization. He invited me eventually to his office, and I didn't realize in the beginning, but then as I sat there, I saw several books, I saw several shelves, but the chair was different, and so were some of the photos. It was the office of Martin Luther King Jr., and I worked for them as an undercover operative for SCLC while in seminary, and then moved to Kosciuszko, Mississippi, where I lived across the street, my family and I, at the time, from the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. And I called upon SCLC and Dr. Lowry and a team to help us with some of the issues that we were doing. And as a Baptist educated minister that he was, and I never met Dr. King, but I met his father, I met his widow, I met his children, I met his nieces and nephews, and I met Julian Bond. I met those people, and they were very interesting, Commissioner Ramirez, as you read so eloquently, about moral standards and about being about family and about justice for all Americans. And so this morning, on this very glorious day, I wanted to share those quick stories with you to let you know that I had a personal interest and a personal involvement, and they taught me about the necessity of having moral standards and not being people who were fickle, but people who stood in moral situations that are not always easy, as we witness sometimes in our county. And so with that, I want to thank you all for rendering us the opportunity to breathe this magnificent proclamation, and I want to thank the staff, your staff, particularly Commissioner Ramirez, for being very, very engaged in this whole process. And I want to thank the people for doing this, because this is an honor, and we give you our praise. With that, I would like to introduce Bishop Keith Ackerman, our suffering bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Fort Worth.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be with all of you and to renew friendships and relationships, and likewise to be able to make new ones. On a very personal note, I'm the priest who was called in over 3 decades ago to anoint the bodies of those attorneys who were shot and killed. And I had the privilege of being able to minister to all the families there, the survivors and the staff. So this is a very special moment for me, because at that time I was able to see Tarrant County come together and to be able to take care of what was important in a very special way. So thank you. I also am very honored because as president of the Arlington Ministerial Association 20 years ago, we started what you heard about earlier, and I am thrilled that this has continued to be the case. Thank you. That says a great deal about all of you who are present here, and I can never thank you enough. So it is with great joy that I'm able to, on behalf of the Diocese of Fort Worth, accept this remarkable these remarkable words have been articulated, but also with the promise to let you know that for us it's not merely a matter of receiving the recognition of doing this, but rather that is purely symbolic of the ministry and our resolve to make sure that those things which have divided people in the past will not divide people anymore as we worship the one true God. Let us pray. Mighty and everlasting God, we thank you for loving us so much that you allow us to live in places where we can serve you, where your name can be uttered, where we can join together, where we can be brought together by those things which unite us. And we thank you, Lord, for putting people in leadership who are aware of the fact that the gifts have been given by you, and for them always to acknowledge those talents as they do, and to depend upon your grace. Empower them, strengthen, and console them in all times, especially those who are working to make us one. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray.
Thank you, Bishop. Stick around down there for a photo, right? Okay. Anyway, sorry. All right, thank you both for being here. Now we move to our consent agenda. The consent agenda is amended. A12, E3, F3, and G2 are removed. Do we have any comments, discussion, or motion on the consent as amended?
Move approval of the consent agenda as amended.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously, which takes us to item A1. Mr. Merritt.
Yes, sir. Again, good morning, court members. This is a request for the approval of an amendment to the agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District, DBA is JPS Health Network, and H.J. Russell and Company for the JPS Temporary Parking Project East Campus. The only additional comment I'll make on this is this does represent the final guaranteed maximum price for this project, and it is within budget as set by the Hospital District Board.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this amendment to the agreement between JPS and H.J. Russell and Company for the temporary parking project. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item A2.
Again, court members, approval of a work package authorization number 2 between Tarrant County Hospital District, DBA JPS Health Network, and Beck Potere joint venture for design build services related to the new parking garage located at St. Louis and Magnolia Avenue. This is only work package number 2 of this design build, but it is still anticipated that this project will be in budget as well.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote. This too passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next up is item A3, which is approval of out-of-state travel requests.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve these out-of-state travel requests. Any discussion on these items? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. From consent, we now have item A12. We do have speakers on this also, so item A12. Good morning.
I'm seeking approval of an interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the University of North Texas Health Science Center concerning Tarrant County's burial program.
Do any commissioners have any questions, comments on this item?
So I just want to be clear. The deceased, do we have permission from their family to donate the bodies?
Yes, we do. And I also have Claudia Yalone, the will body director, represented from UNT, and Dr. Rustin Reeves, director of Center for Anatomical Sciences, if you have any questions.
All right, any other questions from the court? All right, we have 2 people signed up to speak to this item. First is Lon Burnham.
Good morning, everybody, and I hope you have a great new year. I'm Lon Burnham. I live here in Fort Worth, and I've spoken to you on a number of occasions. I'm particularly concerned about the morality of the current policy, and I want to speak to it this way. My late father-in-law was a medical doctor. I have every intention to put my deceased body to good use for academic study, but that's my choice. My concern here is that you're not giving the choice to these deceased paupers. In fact, you may be denying their basic religious rights. It is a cultural tradition in this country that we bury or cremate people. That's not what I want for my body. My parents had difficulty making that transition from burial to cremation because of traditional religious values. We're not in a position to know what these deceased people have as their religious values. We should not violate those religious values. We should find a better way. I'm not the articulate person on this issue. The good ethics professor who signed up to speak after me is much more articulate, but I want to raise this as a moral and ethical issue. We should be willing to spend the money that's necessary to spend to respect a person's religious values, which they may or may not have, and we're not in a position to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eli Shoup.
Hi there. So I am a professor and a medical ethicist here in Tarrant County, and I am here speaking in opposition to the renewal of this agreement in its current form. And my issue with it is basically this. So contrary to what you just heard, the family, the next of kin of the deceased, they do have to consent to this use of their relative's body if they can be located. In cases when the deceased has no next of kin or the next of kin cannot be located, currently under the interlocal agreement, those bodies are just given to the medical school to be used for medical teaching and research, which amounts to dissection. Okay? So, and in the past, the court, hasn't been insensitive to this issue. And that's the reason why the current agreement stipulates that a person who is known to belong to a particular religious faith that precludes this kind of use, their body shouldn't be used. Okay? But like my friend Lon Burnham said, we don't always know the faith of the deceased. Sometimes we have very little information. And religion is far from the only reason not to want to be naked on a slab after you die, cut apart by strangers. Okay? My own view is that nobody's body should be dissected without either their prior consent or permission from their next of kin. If there are no next of kin, or if next of kin cannot be located, then I believe that that person's body should not be used for medical teaching or research. Period. It will cost the county more to do what is right by these people. But that's money that needs to be spent. So medicine in North Texas has a dark historical legacy of grave robbing, particularly in poor and vulnerable communities. And what the county has been enabling with this ongoing interlocal agreement with UNT Health Science Center is tantamount to grave robbing without a middleman. These people just don't go in the ground first. Nobody's asked their permission to use their bodies in this way after they die, and nobody's been asked at all. So these cadavers, they are essentially these medical students' first patients. That is an important rite of passage. And I think it's important that these first patients have been donated, not merely taken and used. So I myself am a willed body donor with UNT Health Science Center. I will go there after I die. I don't want my next door neighbor in the anatomy lab to be somebody who died in poverty in this county and had no next of kin or loved ones to see to their arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the court members? Any comments?
I would just like to comment that there is an opt-out for those with religious objections and other kinds of objections to the use of these bodies for medical training. When persons die without loved ones that we know about, or anyone to step forward and take responsibility, this program has worked well in terms of providing an opportunity for medical research that benefits the entire community at large. So I move approval of this program.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve in a second. Further comments or discussion?
What does it cost the county to bury?
Lisa?
It's about $1,200. I think we did this a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Are you about to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So for unidentified burials, we spend approximately $2,100 to bury unidentified.
How many total people are we talking about during the course of a year?
So for 2023, fiscal year 2023, there was 146 cremations at UNT, reimbursed to UNT, and then there was 3 unidentified.
So what now? There were
146 cremations reimbursed to UNT Health Science Center.
And by saying that, are you saying there's 146 that were bodies used for medical science that were then ultimately cremated?
No, they were cremated. Those were not the numbers of how many were willed body. Let me call
so
up
there are
Dr.
146 unidentified?
No.
No, No.
No, 3 unidentified. I believe is what you said.
Dr. Rustin Reed, can you come up? He has the numbers, the statistics for all that were donated and then the ones that were cremated.
Last year, we received around 200 a year from the county. And of those that we receive, we use about 1/3 of those for either medical research, teaching, or in our education programs. Some of those are not dissected. In fact, about half of those are not dissected.
You received 200 what?
Donors from, these would be unclaimed bodies.
Unclaimed bodies. Thank you very much.
We received 178 in 2020, 195 in 2021, 203 in 2022, and 205 last year. So it averages about 200 a year.
Of those 200 bodies, you said approximately a third end up being used for medical science?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of the ones that aren't used for medical science, you then cremate them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of the ones that are used for medical science, whatever is done with them is done with them, and then are they cremated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of those that are used in medical science, how many of them do you get permission from someone to do this to?
Yeah, I don't have that number.
Who has that number?
We can get you that number, yes, sir.
Okay, well, so I'm sure we can get it. Does anybody have it? Who is the one seeking the permission, UNT or Tarrant County?
It's staff that's requesting the court to approve the agreement, so it's interlocal between UNT and the Tarrant.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, when someone contacts the family and says, do we have permission to do this, who is doing the contacting? UNT or Tarrant County?
Both. There are instances where the county is contacting the family. They're
saying, can we use the body for medical science? Okay.
For the family to step forward and make arrangements or donate. Yes, sir.
But of the ones that I'm not sure how to say it, but on the ones that are used for medical science, nobody here can tell me today how many of them are given permission by family.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll have that number.
Okay.
Last year we used 73 total.
Okay. Other questions or comments?
73 unclaimed bodies.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Other questions or comments from the court? We do have a motion and a second.
Is there an urgency for us to pass this? Or vote on
I would
this?
have to ask Dr. Crowns because typically the bodies are kept at the medical examiner's office till they're transported over, so we would just have to ask from a capacity standpoint if he could continue to hold it. And Dr. Crowns is here.
All right.
Somewhere. I know he's here.
Did you ask about the cost? If we did away with
That's for me to approve this. So yes, if Dr. Crown says we do have space available at the morgue, so if we need to hold 2 weeks to work through this, we certainly can.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the cost of burial? Does that include, what does that include? Us finding the plot, or is there
Okay,
land or?
so the body is at the medical examiner's office. The investigator does his due diligence to locate family members if it's unidentified. The medical examiner has a funeral home rotation, and typically the major picks up the body. So it starts with the actual transportation, picking up the body, transportation to the facility, and then preparation and burial. And like I said, major funeral home is the one that has responded to the unidentified, and they use Skyview for the interment. And by law, unidentified bodies cannot be cremated.
And then it looks like we have to pay a fee for those deceased who can't be used.
That is correct. Through UNT, they invoice us, and that's $300 per decedent.
So we give them an unclaimed body. If it can't be used, we have to pay to have given them the unclaimed body. $300 per deceased. Okay. All right.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the court members? All right. Seeing none, we do have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right. It passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is E3. And E3 is a request for the court to receive and file a fully executed copy of the contract for legal services between Tarrant County, the District Attorney's Office, and the Tarrant County Hospital District. We have 2 people signed up to speak to this item.
Judge O'Hare, members of the court, good morning. The Criminal District Attorney's Office is asking the court to receive and file a fully executed copy of the agreement between the CDA and JPS, the hospital district, for legal services. Back in September of 2023, this court approved the agreement with JPS for legal services. At the time the court considered that agreement, the hospital board of managers had also approved it. However, there was no signature page that had been transmitted to Tarrant County from the hospital district at that time. This now, what the court is being asked to do is simply a belt and suspenders measure to make sure that there is a fully executed copy of the agreement on file in the Commissioner's Court records.
And our criminal district attorney approves of this contract?
Yes, Judge, he does, and he has signed it.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Cradaville? Any comments from the court? All right. Our first speaker is Lon Burnham.
I really have more questions than anything else. I'm concerned about the continuing way that we're doing this process, and maybe I need to address that to the DA's office in a private conversation. Thank you.
All right, next we have Nan Terry.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not opposed to this payment, but we all have bills to pay. But are these costs included in the cost to the jail? And I understand we're billing the hospital district, but sometimes those hospital districts might not be the right person to bill. For example, I believe JPS should not be the responsible for the cost of treatment for the injuries due to Corey Rodriguez. He was injured by the result of a beating by Tarrant County jailers in the Tarrant County jail. Should the hospital district really be on the hook for the surgeries, the treatment, and the hospitalizations? And could we somehow ask the auditor in the DA's office to look at these costs instead of just blanketly asking the hospital to pay for these costs and attribute some of these costs to the jail if they are actually costs that should be incurred by the jail?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will make a motion to receive and file a fully executed copy of the contract for legal services between Tarrant County, the CDA's office, and the Tarrant County Hospital District.
Second.
We have a second. Do we have any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is F3. And F3 is something with Michael Amador.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court.
Good morning. What is F3?
It's approval of change order number 2.
There it is.
To the KE Industry LLC contract for the Scott E. Moore Juvenile Justice Center Juvenile Project in the amount of $34,017.
Is this a generator rental? Is this a rental or a permanent?
It's permanent, but we're waiting for the arrival of the new generators, Commissioner, so we're renting the temporary until they arrive. They're scheduled to arrive next week.
So this is, you want us to approve the temporary?
That's correct. The rental price for that temporary for the months of October, and November.
Okay, I've seen these generator rentals on several court communiques, it seems. And I'm glad to see that, this is in support of a permanent solution at the Juvenile Justice Center. So I appreciate the effort. Make me understand the rentals. Do I understand correctly that many of our Tarrant County buildings were built without backup generators?
We have some buildings that do not have generator backup systems. That is correct.
And do I understand that we are on year 2 of renting generators? How long have we been?
For juvenile?
Throughout the county.
It varies, Your Honor. It varies, Commissioner. I apologize. At the Mansfield Subcourthouse, this is the second year we'll be renting generators for the winter months. At the Election Center, we bring in a backup generator during the election season, the two elections for approximately 3 weeks each time. At the Precinct Maintenance Center 2, Precinct Maintenance Center 4, we'll bring in backup generators during the winter months as well. That protects the fuel islands so that fuel is available for the crews that have to work during the winter months, etc.
So given the number of rentals and the fact that the cost is recurring annually until we get permanent installations, is it time for the county to put together a comprehensive, prioritized, permanent generator installation program?
We've done that, Commissioner. We've actually evaluated all the generator emergency power systems in all of our buildings, and as we'll be including backup generators as part of our capital budget submissions each year for various buildings, etc.
Okay, it just doesn't seem economical to keep renting these things. How are we paying for the rentals?
We pay for them out of operating funds or maintenance funds.
So it's not ARPA or anything like that? Okay.
They're just operating funds.
Okay. I've heard that there are possible federal earmarked funds for building additions like generators, which can be said to accommodate some form of an emergency operations center. Have we explored that at all? Like, can a building be designated an EOC?
I'll help with that. The administrator's office is actually aware of some of those grants, and we are looking to pursue some of these dollars. So there, to Mike's point, we've been working on a longer-term capital improvement plan for the entire county. Inclusive in that is the more permanent installation of generators at facilities that don't currently have them.
Okay, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to keep renting. Okay,
yes,
thank you. Thank you, Mike.
This became a matter of priority for me because during my first election for commissioner, the power went out in the early voting center at the Miller Avenue Subcourthouse 5 times during the election cycle. And that's a very heavily used site. And it made no damn sense to me to cut the voting period short because there wasn't a backup generator. So I guess I'm responsible for the demand for backup generators for county buildings, and I proudly bear that weight.
I want all buildings to have a backup generator. I want us to stop renting them is my point. And the Mansfield Subcourthouse, I've been here a year, and so we've had numerous problems in the winter and summer months. So I would like a permanent solution instead of us renting these things. But so that's my point. I want every facility to have a backup generator. Thank you, Mike.
All right, do we have a motion on item F3?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve F3, which is approving a change order number 2 to the KE Industrial contract for the Scott D. Moore Juvenile Justice Center generator project. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next up is item G2, is G1, receive and file the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. It passes unanimously. Then from consent, we have item G2.
We do. Good morning. Happy New Year. Thank you. So with item 2, we're asking the court to approve changes to the table of organization for the county administrator's office as well as the county judge's office. This is a two-part request. The first part is that the request is for the HIV consortium from the county administrator's office to move over to the county judge's office. The court may recall in September of last year, the HIV planning council coordinator position moved from the county administrator's office to the county judge's office. And so this most recent request then would actually place both those, or place the consortium along with the planning council coordinator position in the county judge's TO. The second part of the request is to retitle the community and court liaison. That's Natalie Rose's vacancy. Natalie retired. And so the judge is requesting that her position be retitled, or vacant position be retitled to operations assistant. And then, of course, that position would report to Andy Wynn in the county judge's office. If I didn't give you an effective date, the request is that both things be made effective January 16th. There is no fiscal impact.
Okay, so I just wanted to comment on this item because I admit that I have some concern, and I'm hoping that by making this reorganization move, we realize that we are out of federal compliance with Ryan White procedures in some cases, and the pivotal importance of this funding. I've done some research. I've had my staff do some research on the federal requirements of the Ryan White funding. And, I've learned some things on some of the central elements where we currently don't seem to be in compliance. So hopefully this new judge you'll handle this since it's going under you. But first, let's talk about the legislatively required planning council. And per the legislation, the planning council is intended to be an organization that is reflective of the communities in our county most impacted by HIV. In fact, it is a legislative requirement that 33% of the planning council be unaffiliated clients of Ryan White, meaning people with HIV and receiving services. From what I am aware, you can correct me or your new staff can, it does not appear that we are in compliance with this 33% requirement in any way, shape, or form. Also, the federal guidance also repeatedly emphasizes that the Planning Council, quote, look like the epidemic of HIV and AIDS in the eligible area. In Tarrant County, per the AIDSView.org map, 76.5% of HIV positive individuals are men. And yet, based on my reading of one of the agendas that I was actually able to find, the Planning Council, or 7 of 9 Planning Council members were women. So that doesn't sound like it's reflective of the population that is federally mandated. But it also makes sense because I believe that was also the meeting where the Planning Council bylaws were changed. I think that was in October 26th. And the Planning Council bylaws were changed. In the previous bylaws, it stated that, quote, particular consideration shall be given to disproportionately affected and historically underserved groups. However, in the updated bylaws, that language was removed entirely, even though it came directly from the federal program guidance. And finally, I'm concerned about transparency. The Ryan White Part A manual clearly states that detailed minutes of each meeting of the council shall be kept. Meetings must be public and announced and should be available to the public within 6 weeks after the meeting date. And yet, I went on to the North Central Texas HIV Planning Council website, where all of our meeting minutes were previously displayed, and found nothing there since March of 2023. I can still see the agendas because they were filed by our Tarrant County clerk, but there seems to be no minutes from these meetings showing what was discussed. So, Judge, I think this is a good move. I'm confident you'll provide oversight and get these non-compliance issues rectified. And I'm here to help in any way and would be happy to assist in reaching out to qualified individuals to help populate that planning council if you need help. We talked about this last time and closed, and so I decided to go take a look at it and became concerned. So I think this might be a good move. That's all I have.
Without addressing point by point, there are now 12 members.
Okay.
When I took this office on January the 1st, as we've discussed, the federal audit of the Planning Council called this, without quoting their exact words, the biggest disaster they've ever seen of any planning council.
Okay.
And so we reconstituted the planning council and are still in the process of doing that, and probably interview someone for that board, certainly on a monthly basis, maybe even a bi-weekly basis. As far as the 33% requirement you referenced, I think we are one short at this point. We have sent text messages to every single recipient in Tarrant County that has a cell phone number. Didn't get a lot of response. We have reached out to nurses, hospitals, JPS, nonprofits, churches, but we're one short of that one particular requirement. But it's been a work in progress trying to clean it up. Once the Planning Council came under our supervision, and I believe that took effect the end of September or the beginning of October. So someone on the Planning Council staff had resigned, left. I would tell you that was the person that should be posting the minutes. They've now been replaced by someone that I have confidence in. And this whole way this was set up, where the county judge is the CEO of the program, but all the employees report to the county administrator, is just nonsensical. So our first step in the process was to move the planning council director to my office. We have done. Our next step in the process, which GK was in support of, and so is Chandler, obviously, because it's here, was to move it all under our office, and we will make sure we comply with all rules and laws and make sure things are done correctly once they're all under my office.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, do we have a motion to approve G2?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion on item G2? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Judge, if I could take just a moment, please, to remind our employees, those who may have concerns after the explosion yesterday. We have gotten some, we've received some outreach from employees who were a bit shaken up by what happened yesterday. And so I just want to remind employees that the county does offer an employee assistance program that's available at no cost to employees. So if employees feel like they need someone to talk to, please reach out to our Payroll and Benefits Service Center. We're here on the 3rd floor of this building. You can reach them directly at extension 2861, and we'll be happy to provide you information on our employee assistance program. And there is a feature of our plan that allows, if a department is so interested, we can certainly have someone come on site and talk to groups of employees at the same time if any department believes that that's necessary. So anyway, just wanted to remind employees that that benefit is available at no cost.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have item J1, purchasing section. I would ask the commissioners to take a look at items J1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Does anyone have any individual specific questions on J1, 2, 3, 4, or 5?
Nope.
All right, I will make a motion to approve the requests in J1 through 5.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion on any of these items? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item J6.
Yes, this is an approval of an exemption from the competitive bidding requirements for the purchase of used Ford Police Interceptor vehicles from AutoNation Ford Worth.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item J6. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, J7.
And the last item is permission to take bids for the purchase of a mill opener and opener system and annual contract for coal milling services.
Move approval.
All right, second. We have a motion and a second to grant permission to take bids on these two items. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, M1 is an interlocal agreement. Precinct 1, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, sir. It's an interlocal agreement with the town of Edgecliff Village for the overlay of a couple of streets. I move approval of item M1A and B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item M1A and B. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Do we have any appointments to any boards, committees, or TIF districts today?
Yes, Your Honor. I've got two Fort Worth TIF number 8. I need to reappoint myself. And to Grand Prairie TIF number 1, I'd like to reappoint Jeanette Martinez.
Okay, I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second to reappoint Commissioner Brooks to one board and Ms. Martinez to another board. Any discussion there? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other?
Yes. I need to reappoint Joanna Cardoza to Arlington TERS number 7.
And that's a motion?
That's a motion.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, that passes unanimously. With no more board or commission appointments, we move to bonds or certificates of social insurance. There are none. Now we go to various claims and addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims and the addendum. Any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, that passes unanimously, which now brings us to a criminal justice update, and I believe Mr. Schaffner is going to start this presentation. We do have a speaker on this item.
Good morning, judges and judging commissioners. So today we have a criminal justice update from you. I will be leading the first half of the presentation, and then Judges Hagerman and Necom will come up and present a couple slides, and then Mr. Schugert will present a slide, and then I'll be back to close this up, finish this up, and ask for any questions. So there's been an increased interest in the criminal justice system from court members, from various county departments and staff, as well as from the community. And so we wanted to address several issues that have come up and kind of give an overview and set a baseline of conversation regarding the Tarrant County criminal justice system. So first off, and this is something that we talk a lot about in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, but the goal of what we're trying to do is balance public safety, community safety with jail population, and how do we strike that balance. And then also wanted to discuss a couple of items. So Tarrant County has been undergoing a criminal justice reform, if you will, as well as pretty much everybody in the rest of the state. Since 2017 up to 2019 is when it all kind of kicked off. There were a number of different pieces of litigation throughout the state, from Harris County's O'Donnell case and the Galveston County case, as well as litigation in Dallas County, all about ranging from misdemeanor bonds to the ability to pay. Actually, a separate Dallas County case was resolved yesterday with the U.S. Supreme Court. So there were a number of different pieces of litigation around bonds and the criminal justice system that began the county a process with work with the Commissioner's Court and the judicial system, the judges, the CDA, and the sheriff on what we need to do to be prepared to handle various issues. So one shift that we made was centralizing magistration, to where instead of there being various municipal judges setting bonds, it was more or less consolidated within Tarrant County underneath our judges trying criminal cases. Second, pretrial shifted and was split. Pretrial used to be under the county administrator's office. It was then split. Part CSCD does supervision, and the judges do the portion related to services related to ability to pay and those types of things, the part leading up to bond setting. And then also, in my slide is incorrect, it's supposed to be SB 6 from the 87 session. The state legislature went in and did a number of bond and criminal justice changes to the system, including restricting what PR bonds could be used for, which has greatly impacted us. So maybe just a baseline regarding the approved FY24 budget. So this is by function area. So the first page of the approved roll-up of the budget, which is the thick book that you get from the budget office that Helen produces, the first page of that is the approved budget by functional area. And you'll notice on this that judicial constitutes approximately 20% and public safety constitutes approximately 27%. So 47%, and these are high figures, it's by functional areas, so it's broad categories. 47% of the approved Tarrant County budget goes to the criminal justice system.
The judicial, that's only the criminal side?
It also includes several, so civil, so we're looking at, again, broad strokes.
So just to make sure I'm clear, that $181.4 million number includes civil? Does it include probate?
Yes.
Does it include family?
Yes.
So 47% does not go to criminal justice.
it would be underneath that number, yes.
Right, okay.
So if you look at historical trends of approved budgets from FY19 to 24, again, look at the public safety functional area, the judicial functional area with taking into consideration your comments, Judge, you get the general percentage on the far right-hand column, percent of the total approved budget. So in 2019, we're at 51%. Were those two functional areas. In 2024, that approved budget was 47%. Part of the reason that you see the numbers declining in 21 and 22 is based on the COVID relief funds that we received, because that added in and made some of the percentages smaller and changed some of those percentages. So let's talk a little bit about the constitution of what the individuals that are within the jail, what charges we have. So there are 18 classifications of folks in the Tarrant County Jail. You'll see this, and this was just a date, December the 5th of 2019, to start with. So if you go from 2019, the jail population was 4,100. You'll notice that the unsentenced felons, which constitutes the largest portion of 57%. And also, you can kind of go through unsentenced misdemeanors at 7%. I'll show you some contracting, but this gives you the broad strokes of what the composition of the jail was on that date. If you look to the next day, jail total population of 4,256, and this is on December the 5th of 2023, you'll notice that unsentenced felons had increased substantially to 63%. Unsentenced misdemeanors has decreased substantially to 3%. And again, those other compositions. And I've got a side-by-side to make it easier because it's kind of difficult when you're looking at the pie charts. So we have the classification, and then on December the 5th of 2019, December the 5th of 2023, again, just a snapshot in time, and then the percent changes. So unsentenced felons, we went up a little bit. If you go back to and compare December 3rd, 2019 to December 3rd of 2029 or 2023, it's flat. It literally depends for unsentenced felons on what day TCDJ comes and picks up prisoners on what that number can look at. So these numbers can swing 70, 80 people at a particular day. But I want to call your attention to a couple of them that are important. Court exam is up 2%, and this is important. The state has really struggled. HHSC has struggled with the wait list to state hospitals. Our catchment area goes up to Wichita Falls, and it has struggled to more or less stay current with that, and we have over 150 people on that wait list at any given time just for ours. The state during COVID actually had to shut down a couple facilities due to lack of staffing, and at one point only had like 2/3 of the beds available on actually online for that. So that's why that number is elevated. Unsentenced felons, again, has increased by 6%. Unsentenced misdemeanors has decreased by 4%, and I think that's directly related to some of the reforms that we've seen since 2019 going forward. But the jail population, you'll notice, has increased by 3.8%. Again, this is a snapshot in time. If you run the numbers back to December the 3rd, it's 2% up. So again, just going to look at broad strokes. And Tarrant County population has increased by 8.1%. So I think a lot of commendation needs to happen to the sheriff and the DA and the judges for being able to, even though our population is going up 8.1% over this time period, jail population has only increased by 3.8%. So that's something we should continue to look at. So we're going to cover these 6 areas today. So first off, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So this has been reconstituted after Mr. Merritt came on board as county administrator. We have monthly meetings. It's a roundtable style. You can see the membership that we have there, and we're working through a number of different issues that are brought by the group as to discuss and work through various items. Sometimes they're handled during the meeting, and other times they take a meeting or two to resolve. But we are actively working through and trying to do system improvements to the criminal justice system. So dashboards. So we've been working, the Tarrant County Administrator's Office as well as IT. I know that Criminal Courts Administration separately has been working on a different project trying to get dashboards updated, and these are public-facing dashboards. We have internal dashboards, but we need better public-facing information. So the jail dashboard and the bond dashboard, which you see snapshots of there, the public-facing version of those dashboards we plan on having online available to the public by the end of the month. which will be a real great opportunity. As part of that information, we will have explanatory notes that'll be there that you can click and see all sorts of different information and explain what you're actually seeing on these documents, because it is complicated. The court, CDA, and mental health dashboards are all still in development, and we will continue to update you as those are developed. Mental Health Jail Diversion Center. So of the items within the criminal justice system that the Commissioners Court and all of our stakeholders have to work through during 2024, the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center is one of the top priorities of what we've got to work through. First off, the contract that we have with MHMR is up on December 31st of this year, and that's for the operation of this. It's a $17 million contract. We've expended approximately 59% of those funds as of the last invoice that we received for November of last year. So we need to work through how we continue to increase usage of this facility. So MHMR estimates that our monthly bed capacity is about 400. We'd like to have a target capacity of 330. If we were to set a goal, what does that monthly look like? And we are not hitting it. We have not hit it since the beginning of this project. You'll see, started very low, but a significant uptick starting in May, June, and July of last year. Those were based on changes that were made to eligibility criteria to allow people to go to the center, and we have seen that uptick. Also, the Sheriff's Department and the CDA has been working laboriously to screen individuals as they come into the jail. So if someone from Arlington is picked up and taken into Arlington's municipal jail, that could have been a good fit for the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center, but again, just as an example, they went ahead and took them to the municipal jail. That individual, as they work through the system, the Sheriff's Department will come pick them up, within 24 or so hours, and they get in our jail, go through booking. They're identified, and a tremendous amount of work goes from once they're identified as part of that process, and then getting them to the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center. So and that's why we're seeing that uptick in the November 23 data. 36 of those 102 individuals were deferred directly from the jail, which is really, and the December data is going to show even more. So the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center has two components of the contract. We have the actual operations of the contract, and then secondarily, we have a transitions program that MHMR works through. And the transition program is for those folks. So you go to the diversion center, you stay your 48 hours, you're stabilized, and then it's what next. So when you're enrolled in the transition program, they help you find the necessary community resources to help get you stabilized more long term. So that's a component. You can see our monthly enrollment. It's decreased a little bit, but it has kind of kept aligned itself with the general involvement of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. So with this slide, Judge Hagerman is going to come and discuss bond setting with the court, and then Judge Neekum is going to talk about a mental health PR bond program, and Mr. Sugar will give us an update related to remote video magistrate.
Good morning, Court. Judge David Hagerman of the 297 District Court. We're talking about magistration and the setting of bonds this morning. I have some of my cohorts here, some additional judges, as well as staff counsel, so I hope you'll allow me some leeway if I get something wrong during this presentation. One thing that I am absolutely certain of that I am not wrong about is the fact that the changes that we have made to the magistration process since 2015 and 2016 have saved this county from a major lawsuit. Russell talked a little bit about the litigation that has gone on in Houston and Dallas and I believe Bexar County as well. We knew that we were being targeted by the person or persons who filed those lawsuits. Tarrant County itself was being targeted for a lawsuit, and the changes that we made to the magistration process to centralize it and do the things that had come out of that lawsuit saved us from being sued. We know that because they told us that. Prior to 2015 and 2016, Tarrant County had not followed the law in regards to magistration probably for about 50 years. 1517 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure mandates how a person is to be magistrated. And basically everything was decentralized prior to that. Probably that was done to ease jail overcrowding back in the early 70s and 80s, but it was illegal. And when it was discovered, we realized there were some changes that we had to make. Hence, we began the process of central magistration. Magistration is a very, very important process. It's the initial portion of the criminal justice system, and many times it's a person's first contact with the criminal justice system. Basically, after a person is arrested, there are several things that have to be complied with, not just with the Code of Criminal Procedure, but also certain reporting requirements that your state government in Austin requires of every magistrate that touches a bond. Prior to meeting the defendants, the magistrate reviews a lot of information. This takes several minutes, not just the PC affidavit, which they need to review, they have to review, but the PSA risk assessment, which is a requirement now by the Office of Court Administration in Austin. There's a financial interview as to determine whether or not that person is entitled to an appointed counsel. In a family violence case, there's a danger assessment, and the state mandated also public safety reporting system has to be complied with. I'll talk about that in a moment. The magistrate reviews all of those documents, and all documents are made available in the TechShare Magistration portal at that time. The magistrate punches a button, says it's ready for magistration, and determines what the bond's going to be. That data has to be entered into the public safety reporting system, which basically is a reporting system to OCA in Austin. It's highly detailed. If it is a surety bond, that has to be entered. If it is a personal bond, that has to be entered. If there are bond conditions, each and every bond condition has to be entered. Every time a magistrate or a district judge or a county judge touches a bond in any way, shape, or form, that public safety reporting system has to be complied with, and it has to be entered. And it's fairly time-consuming. Once a case is marked ready for magistration, the next case is reviewed by the magistrate, and so on and so on. Once the person is brought before the magistrate to be magistrated, there's a litany that most magistrates go through. They introduce themselves. They say, I'm your magistrate judge. We're going to talk to you about your rights and what we're going to be doing today. Obviously, all the rights that a person has under 1517 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure have to be read to them, and the magistrate has to make sure that person understands. There's a question regarding citizenship under magistration and under the code. If that happens and they are not a citizen, there are certain additional warnings that have to be given to that person. A conscientious magistrate actually goes so far as to give them the warnings under the Vienna Convention. Are you a citizen? If you're not a United States citizen, here's what can happen. Do you want us to tell the government where you are from, that you are incarcerated, and so on. After that, the person is asked about an attorney, whether or not they want to hire their own lawyer, or whether or not they feel they are entitled to a lawyer. Once that gets done, if the financial assessment has been completed, a person can be an appointed attorney at that time. They tell what the person accused is told what they are charged with, and the bond conditions that the magistrate imposes are also told to the accused person at that time. Certain additional wrinkles, if there's an emergency protective order, that is also gone over with the accused person at that time. And if the law allows and if the facts warrant it, a personal bond can be issued also under the code. We have delved into remote magistration that is allowed for by the code now, and we've had some success with that. Remote magistration is a little bit more time consuming just because it takes time to get the software up and running and to have all the documents in place at the right time. But we are moving forward with as much remote video magistration as we can. We magistrated, I've got a couple of numbers here. The magistrates that we added, as I stated, were added and done not because we wanted to increase our footprint, but because we believed it was constitutionally required and to avoid the unnecessary litigation that has plagued some of these other counties. And we did avoid that. Total magistration between, we average about 177 a day, is that right?
177 bonds are set a day, about 125 defendants.
125 defendants are magistrated every day. 177 bonds per day are set. Why are there more bonds than defendants? Defendants have multiple charges sometimes. We magistrate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There is no on-call magistrate because we have chosen to do that process all the time. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you. Judge Needham.
Good afternoon, members of the court. Bear with me, I have a little bit of laryngitis. When we are setting mental health bonds, we have to go through that same procedure that Judge Hagerman just explained. But there are a few added twists. As Russell explained, when we are dealing with mental health individuals, there's a different process in that we have jail navigators who work with MHMR that work with these individuals and determine whether or not they fit the code definitions of someone who may be eligible for mental health treatment or diversion. And once those jail navigators have reviewed those individuals, they will verify their criminal history, and they must determine whether or not the person is willing to participate in a mental health program. As you saw, our participation in sending individuals to the mental health diversion, the Justice Diversion Center, is increasing monthly. In December, we actually beat all of our records by sending and maintaining 60 individuals in December. Now, there are only 40 beds, so clearly these are cycling through and not staying for the entire month. For certain MHMR programs, they have to show the need of housing available to them. But some of the MHMR programs, such as the Mental Health Diversion Center, they do not have to have stable housing. That is one of the things that they work with them to help provide stable housing, drug treatment, mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, and other things that these individuals may need. CSCD reviews the conditions of their bond, their treatment plan, and other conditions that the individual may need prior to their being released. And there is an individual who works with, is an employee of CSCD who does this evaluation prior to a bond being set. When the bond is set, the individual is released to supervision through CSCD and MHMR. So there are essentially two different groups that we're discussing here. We have individual DAs and navigators who are reviewing people to go to the Mental Health Diversion Center. And we have recently started a program where we're reviewing individuals for their ability to be released under the Code of Criminal Procedure 17032 bonds, and those include misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies. If they qualify to be released under 17032, those are the ones that have the dual supervision through CSCD and MHR. Now, please focus on the fact that these are nonviolent individuals and they are receiving dual treatment. As of, I think it was Friday of last week, Commissioners, we identified 23 individuals who may qualify for 17032 bonds who are currently in custody. They were being reviewed by Cheryl Bennett Wright and Shaquila Burns in the mental health program to make sure that they qualify under the code to be released under that bond. So I'm very proud of the fact that we're really working very hard to get the Mental Health Diversion Center filled with appropriate individuals. Those individuals can only at this time be charged with certain misdemeanor offenses. They cannot be charged with DWIs. They cannot be charged with any form of assaultive offenses or any type of violent offenses. Right now, there are only 6 to 7 offenses that qualify for diversion into that center. Now, those people have to volunteer and they are not required to stay. But if the DA has determined that they qualify for diversion to that program and they agree to go to the center, their cases end up being dismissed. It is a little bit of a revolving system where we know individuals may not stay, but the hope is that if we get them there often enough that they will engage in the services that are provided and stop coming through the jail, which is a revolving door for many of these offenders. The 17032 bonds are a little bit different in that they do have that dual supervision, and as long as they're competent, their cases will either be pled or go to trial. If they are not competent, they will receive different types of services and dispositions. Now, do remember, too, there are 3 different mental health programs in Tarrant County. We have the Enhanced Mental Health Services program, who are mostly for people with low-level offenses that are not competent, and we're trying to help them regain competency. We have the jail-based competency restoration and the outpatient-based competency restoration, and we have the Mental Health Diversion Court, which does accept many different types of misdemeanors and felony offenses. Right now, we're trying to plan to have 2 mental health diversion courts and perhaps expand the type of individuals that we serve, but that is still in the works. Do you all have any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'll be real quick. With partnership with county administration, criminal courts have been able to expand video magistration throughout the county. What's important is that 70% of defendants that get magistrated remotely book out remotely and never get booked back in jail. And the reason for this is as we evolve the program, it ends up being the low-level risk defendants that end up being video magistrated, defendants that require any type of electronic monitoring or have an image, have a mental health issue, get shipped, get bused, and where the treatment is where CSCD can supervise them or MHMR can do a more comprehensive review. Over this last year, just counting book in and book out, that 70% was some soft savings of $600,000 a year of not actually physically booking these people in and out of jail that figure each day. We're actively, y'all can read a PowerPoint, but we're actively magistrating in our larger cities where our regionals are. We have some on-demand cities, and we're continuing to expand expand, and right now we're actively working with Grapevine, White Settlement, and Euless. White Settlement and Euless are becoming regional jails due to central magistration and how we're handling things. Local police, law enforcement agencies are shutting down their holding facilities and they're being centralized. Euless will handle First Euless Bedford, and White Settlement is handling that part of Tarrant County. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right.
The legislature has made some changes last session, and Commissioner Ramirez and Speaker Guerin and Senator King all played a huge role in getting HB 2620 across the goal line, which allows for the state to reimburse us for prisoners held over 45 days. So if it is a state prisoner that's held over 45 days, we're entitled to state reimbursement for that individual. As always, just because the law is passed doesn't mean that the law is passed and it happens. We have gone through the rulemaking process, and so hopefully sometime within this fiscal year, we'll see those opportunities. But what that bill also did, not just allowing us a mechanism for reimbursement, but encouraged TDCJ to be very active in picking up prisoners. And so across the state, statewide, the number of state prisoners has decreased in county jails because no one wants to have to reimburse counties for that funding. Competency restoration beds, as we mentioned previously in the presentation, the state wait list to go to a state mental health hospital is long, and state continues to struggle. So this session, they authorized 150 beds at the cost of $92 million for the biennium of local competency restoration beds. MHMR received 23 of these beds. So, and they're currently in contract with, or currently in the process of contract negotiations with HHSC to draw down those funds and then be able to, in local facilities, have folks that meet certain criteria to come out of the jail, and instead of going to Wichita Falls or Vernon, well, it'd only be Wichita Falls, they could go to a local facility for competency restoration. Again, reducing the load in our jail, getting some of the most complicated individuals that we have in our jail facilities out and getting the help that they need. And then finally, we continue to work with HHSC on the state mental health hospital study for Tarrant County, going back and forth in various issues. So that'll come to a head next legislative session. So next steps for 2024. Increase municipal remote video magistration participation, as well as increasing usage in the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center. Implementing the pre-booking system with law enforcement agencies, and that's a system to where law enforcement LEAs, before they or more or less before they put someone on the bus to go to the county jail, have to enter in more information, so we get more information on the front end rather than on the back end. Continuing to develop the public criminal justice dashboards, renovating the Cold Springs facility from a low security to a medium security facility, and then continuing to develop those system enhancement through the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Russell?
I've got a comment that I would like the judges present to hear. And that is that from the various dashboards that we get on a regular basis, there appear to be a number of persons in our county jail on a daily basis with bonds under $5,000, charged with nonviolent misdemeanor cases. It appears to me that anybody who fits that description and is still in jail is there simply because they're too poor to write a check to get out. That is an abomination as far as I'm concerned, Judge Neekum.
Should we do our level best to give, sorry.
You and I both have squeaky voices this morning.
It's
my bi-yearly bout of laryngitis. We do our level best to give as many personal bonds to misdemeanor defendants when they hit the jail. There are certain offenses that do not qualify. We are still under the orders that assaultive and domestic violence offenses do not apply for personal bonds. I've seen personal bonds on everything from DWI misdemeanor repetitions on down. So I would love to have any list of those offenses brought to my attention, and I will personally look at them and see what those bonds are set at, because $5,000 is generally way too high for a misdemeanor nonviolent offense. I'm happy to review them, and I personally will reset the bonds or see if they're eligible for personal bonds. I'll take that task on.
My point, Judge Negum, is that anyone who qualifies for a personal bond should be given a personal bond.
I agree, sir.
And should not just be laying up in the jail.
I agree, sir. It is possible that some of those folks have pending felonies, and that may be what's holding them. But if all they have is a nonviolent misdemeanor, I agree with you, sir. They shouldn't be sitting in jail.
Well, I'd certainly be interested in sitting down with you and going through the list so that we can both understand what's at play here.
I'd be happy to do so, sir. Just name a time and we'll do it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I have some. Thank you, Russell. That was informative, and the judges quite informative. I appreciate some of the data and statistics that you used, as I have found that criminal justice data and statistics are very hard to come by, or at least for me, in this county at the moment, and I'll touch on that in a second. So you had your data comparing predominantly 2019 and 2023 with regard to our jail population, and two aspects stood out to me there. First, a positive aspect, our unsentenced felony jail numbers dropped from 3% of our jail population in 2019 to 1% of our jail population in 23. And that's fantastic. As you guys have heard me say many, many times, we do not need to have people who are accused of low-level misdemeanors sitting in our jail. So I commend the judges handling misdemeanors for doing things like improving clearance rates, as well as issuing more personal recognizance bonds that are likely resulted in that reduction. So I see what you're doing, and I thank you guys. So that's the positive, and then the not so positive, our unsentenced felonies are actually they've actually increased between 2019 and 2023 by 6%, and that increase is representative now of a whopping 63% of our jail population. So if you think about that for a minute, 63% of our jail population is pretrial, accused of felonies, but not yet convicted of anything. And, you know, some people will tell me that's just how it is. There's no other way to do it, and we as a county simply can't bear the risk, no matter how small our risk assessment says it might be, of some people being released pre-trial to rampage around our county. And I say that's nonsense, and it's completely irresponsible fiscally. You know, I'll quote Harvard's Malcolm Weiner Center for Social Policy that says, despite significantly lower crime rates than what existed in the United States in 1970, current rates of pretrial detention are 5 times higher than they were 50 years ago. That's the domestic historical context. Now, if you look at the modern global context, currently the United States pretrial detention rate is the highest in the world. It's 50% higher than in Russia, which is the second worst. So I don't know about you guys, but I don't consider Russia any great liberal bastion of confinement policy, and being dead behind them is pretty sad. So bottom line, it sounds like we need to do better than 63% of our jail population being pre-trial felony confinement in this county. That's bad by comparison with our own history, and that's terrible in relation to the rest of the world now. So that's what I'll continue to strive for here. And on that note, I do have a couple of questions, and these can be for whoever feels best placed to answer them. Given that our trend lines seem to be going in different directions with regard to pretrial confinement and misdemeanors and felonies, what is attributable to the reduction in pretrial misdemeanor confinement? Did they leave you?
I would defer to this.
Commissioner Simmons, simply put, personal bonds.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Do we have better clearance rates?
We do.
Okay.
We do. You have several brand new judges who are working very hard. The judges who have been here are working very hard. As a team, our clearance rate has gone considerably higher than it was in the past few years. COVID hurt us, but most of us have caught up or are very close to catching up to the numbers we had previously. Just as an example, my contest docket, which are triable cases that attorneys have asked for jury trials, I have about 20 cases total of attorneys asking for trial, and I have a pending number of 2,200.
Okay.
So there's a lot at play, Commissioner, but I think the short answer is that.
Okay. All right, so I have another question. It gets to my earlier comment about data in this county. I think it was back in October, maybe September, I asked my staff to research the clearance rates for courts handling felonies versus misdemeanors. They couldn't get a good fix on that because following the text year migration, I'm told that we don't have that data. I'm also told that we have been unable since the text year migration to provide our statutorily required OCA reports to the state. I'd like to first ask county administration if that is true.
If we have not reported to OCA since the go live report, that is correct. We have not reported. I believe that with where we are on the cleanup of that data, I think TechShare has actually made the recommendation to the clerks to report what we have. I'll see if either of the clerks want to comment on that, but my understanding is the 40 categories with regards to OCA reporting have been cleaned up. They have, I believe, validated that data and to the best of their ability. And I think the recommendation has been made to start transmitting that data.
Okay, so we went live, was that end of April?
May 1.
May 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And, okay, we've not reported OCA to the state since then.
That's correct. We went through a similar transition last time. We did a transition from how we reported to OCA. I think it was also 7 to 9 months in that same transition, so very similar in scope.
Okay, tell me again when we expect that to be resolved.
I would hope within the next 30 days or so that will be transmitting. Clerks, again, if y'all have received any different information from me, that's the last I'd heard from our IT department.
Is IT here, or should the clerks answer that, or IT?
Let's see. Russ, do you have any comment? Come on up, Russ. Russ holds a weekly meeting on Wednesdays with regards to where we are on tech share. So,
the latest that we have from the tech share development team is they are anticipating getting the final kinks in the reporting worked out in the next 30 to 40 days.
Today is the 9th, so February 9th, February 20th.
They're meeting almost daily with the clerk's offices to work through the issues and clean up the data.
Okay. Well, I, for one, just don't feel great about being out of compliance with a state mandate of that kind or any kind, especially when it relates to transparency.
One comment, ma'am, on that. Just so you know, we've actually discussed directly with OCA on this issue, and they have assured us they want us to make sure that the data is correct before we transmit. And they said that the delay that we put in there, they are certainly okay with. The district clerk's office on a monthly basis sends an email to the effect that they are still working through it, and OCA responds and lets us know that, again, please transmit when the data is correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And my final question pertains to the mental health aspect of this brief, and I think Judge Neekum probably hit on it. I was processing some things, so I'm going to ask again. Maybe this is for Mr. Schubert or Judge Neekum. Is there anything we can do pertaining to magistration that would streamline the mental health process?
I'll answer Judge Neekum.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner, specifically, we do have some projects in the works that could streamline the mental health process. We have, I think, been sitting on the IT steering committee since 22nd, which is a tech share, merging the mental health alert system and the tech share magistration, so that those are two disparate systems, that if they were merged into just tech share magistration, we were able to quickly route people in the system through tech share integrations to the dockets that Judge Neekum talked about.
So what does a timeline look like for what you just suggested, a tech share merger of mental health alert system?
We went through the criminal courts went through the IT steering committee process, and it is I use the terms incorrectly, but I think it's been removed off the backlog and is currently being investigated. I know that we have an IT steering committee coming up at later this month that it'll be addressed again, but it's in queue to move forward, but it hasn't moved forward.
All right. Okay. So no timeline. I've been told about mental health PR bonds, and I'd like to know what is needed to improve our efficiency in reviewing eligibility for those.
Well, again, that's where right now we have two disparate. That's where it was all merged, that the magistrate was aware of everything that is going on with the defendant at the time of magistration. Is that there's statutory requirements for the law enforcement agency or the jail as a law enforcement agency to notify the magistrate of the mental health. Right now we have two disparate systems that don't talk to each other, so the magistrate may not know about the mental health alerts that have been put in front of them when they are doing magistration. They may learn about it later by looking at the mental health alert system. So the idea of those two items being tied together will expedite those defendants into the proper dockets. And when you look at the timeline, I mean, the long-term timeline to get us in line to get to the state hospital, the sooner a defendant that needs to get to the state hospital, if we can recognize them early, get them to the right path and into our competency dockets, we could either not go to the state hospital, or we can start getting them treatment prior to that, or get them on the list sooner. So, as Judge Hagerman said, the critical point in the criminal justice system is, well, first time you deal with people, is at magistration, where they can be routed, and the more information the magistrate has to make a better decision about that defendant, the best chance of success for that defendant in the system, or also expedited in the criminal justice system as well if they need to be prosecuted. So all that happens at magistration, and the more information is happening at magistration, it's in the best interest of the entire system.
Thank you, sir. To my fellow court members, we just cannot continue to turn a blind eye toward the software and IT issues with regard to tech share and criminal justice management. We've got to do something. But thank you.
All right, any other questions?
A comment. We seem to be focused on magistration when it comes to getting people to the mental health jail diversion center. Ideally, the system is set up and it works best nationally when the officer in the field makes the decision to take that person to treatment rather than to incarceration. The system, when it works properly, saves the county money. It saves us money on book in, book out. Daily care and feeding costs. That's if the arrestee never hits the Sally Port at our jail. We can go at it backward and make it work. But by doing it that way, we're incurring costs that do not need to be incurred. And we are not giving the arrestees the benefit of treatment. There's not enough treatment in the county jail for the number of persons that are there. And the state's emphasis seems to be on restoration of competency rather than treating persons on an outpatient basis. Whenever we encounter them. If we're going to use all our state mental health beds to get someone restored to competency so that we can try them for their offenses, that's a model for continuing the county jail as the largest provider of mental health services in the county, which is where we don't want to be. So let's take a look again at the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center and see if we can make it work the way it's supposed to work. That will lower our jail census. It will have more direct benefit quicker to the mental health patient. It'll save us money.
Commissioner, just to maybe clarify a couple things from your comments. I'd be amiss if I didn't mention the amount of effort that the Criminal District Attorney's Office has put into engaging and educating our law enforcement agencies across the county. And it's not that they have gone out for one meeting at each one. It's a continual effort that they have, going to meetings, going to shift changes, educating, trying to make sure that the officers, the police chiefs, sergeants, all of the folks within a command staff are aware of this mental health jail diversion center. So I don't think it's a lack of awareness within the LEAs, because the DA's office has done a tremendous job. And I think what we're seeing with the jail, with the sheriff's office being the ones that are shifting the folks over to the diversion center, that are diverting. Two thoughts on that. One, the sheriff's office, when someone comes into the jail, the sheriff can't release them. Once someone comes into the jail, it's either the judges or the DA's office are the only ones that can get them somebody to be released. It's not the sheriff's decision. So the sheriff works tirelessly, and Chief Eckert and others, to get those folks identified and through the system, and even back up as part of stuff that's already been done, to get them shifted over. So yes, the way that it's currently working is very laborious, but with the center being there and the impetus to make it work, everybody's doing double time to get this thing, to get the center to as full as we can get it. And we have some real challenges as we move forward.
Well, I recognize that the Criminal District Attorney's Office has performed a Herculean task of trying to get police agencies up to speed. But it's going to be a long-term process. As you indicated, it can't be just a one or two time hit. The more comfortable we can get the local command staffs to be with the jail diversion concept, the more successful the program is going to be. And we just have to keep at it.
All right, any other questions or comments from the court? We do have a speaker on this.
I just want to applaud you, Russell, and the rest of our staff for doing what you've done thus far. I know that you're working hard on publicly facing dashboards that we've asked for. You're working hard on a lot of the things, a lot of the information that the court has asked for. And in context, in the grand scheme, Tarrant County is doing a great job. When you look at the population increasing by 8.1%, but the jail population only increasing by 3.8%, that's great. When you look at the fact that Harris County's jail population is about 0.23% or 0.2% of their population, Bexar County's 0.22%, Dallas County's 0.23%, Tarrant County's 0.19%. We're lower than all the other major counties in Texas in our jail population relative to our population. And that's something that should be celebrated. I agree, we should always try to get better. But at the end of the day, it's personal responsibility that matters. And folks that are committing crimes that are dangerous to our society, we can't just let them out because we want to. So I applaud what y'all are doing. I applaud the delicate balance that our judges have to exercise whenever they're setting bonds, because ultimately public safety must come first. So those are my comments. I think that we're doing a good job, and it should be celebrated. Thanks for the report.
All right, thank you, Russell.
Thank you all.
All right, speaker for this is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Judge, if you could wait to start my crime walk until the papers have been distributed, that would help me, because I'm going to be speaking in reference to these exhibits. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. The first page of the handout that I made for you. Can you hear me now? Thank you.
Much better, thank you.
Thank you. The first page of the handout that I made for you came to me from the DA's office in response to a Public Information Act request. I think it is the update of the dashboard for the jail, which was referred to in one of the presentations. And what you can see is that it's for a date certain. It's for Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023. And it shows an inmate count in the jail of 3,751. If you flip down to the next chart, which was the one that was presented to you, or was prepared by Mr. Schaffner, he shows an inmate population on December 5th of 4,256. And that's 500 off. And that's a big deal because 500 off is the price of the Garza contract, which is almost $100,000 for 2 years. I'm sorry, almost $100 million for 2 years. It's $10 million a month or $12 million a month. It just kind of ranges, but it's a lot of money. So we need to figure out what happened to the 425 inmates. And it looks like, if you flip down to the back, that really if you added 465 inmates from Garza to the numbers that bring the state to a total of 3,751, you come out with something a lot closer. So I think it is the Garza population that just got not put into the population statistics that we get on the dashboard. What I can't tell is how those population statistics translate into the cost per day figures. One of my requests here is for more specific information about sources of data and sources of cost. I think I know what some of this stuff means, but I spent a lot of time looking at it and wondering, well, am I right or wrong? You know, is, for example, category number 16, court exam, 316 inmates, actually the people who are waiting for diagnosis on mental health issues, or is it something else? If 307 inmates is also a very high price tag at $85 a day times 30 days a month. You see how that one rolls up into big numbers. And so what I'm hopeful for is that someone who prepares your dashboard will be able to provide me with a list of what the variables really mean. Because when I asked for it, I got it. We don't keep that response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any announcements or comments from the Commissioners Court? All right, seeing none, we move to public comments. I have 4 people signed up to speak. First is Catherine Godby.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. Today, I simply want to remind us of this story. January 15th, 2020, a young woman, 21 years old, 4 months pregnant, is having a mental health crisis. It's bad enough that her mother becomes concerned for her grandchild growing in her daughter's body. Following the protocol she's been given, the mother calls 911 requesting an involuntary commitment of her daughter to JPS. She needs mental health treatment. And this is exactly what you were talking about, Commissioner Brooks. When the officers arrive, the mother's concerned that what she's requested will be ignored. And she was correct. Instead of help, this 21-year-old woman is arrested and taken to Tarrant County Jail. During her 5 months there, she does not have a single court date. Apparently, the mental health treatment that she receives, if any, is completely ineffective because she decompensates and her condition deteriorates so severely that by the time she gives birth, she is actually nonverbal. My understanding is that jail staff was told they knew that when the time came, she would not be able to communicate or perhaps even herself know that she was going into labor. May 17th, 2020, alone in her jail cell, she goes into labor. She bangs on the window to get assistance, but no one comes. The baby girl is born on the floor of this jail cell. Her brain is severely damaged from lack of oxygen. May 27th, 2020, the baby is declared brain dead, and at just 10 days old, this newborn baby dies. The young woman's family requests that she be allowed compassionate release to attend the funeral of her baby. The request is denied. Tarrant County, reasonably enough, is being sued for what happened. The young woman is Chastity Conscious. Her baby was Zenora. It's possible that not every aspect of this story is completely accurate. I took the details from various news reports, but as a whole, I think it is accurate. So what will the ending of this story be? You, our elected officials, have the power to do the right thing for Chastity and her family, to settle this case so that her family can provide her with the medical and mental health care that she needs. She's not a criminal. From what I can glean, she did nothing wrong. But because of the actions and inactions at an institution that you're responsible for, a baby is dead. My understanding is that you're refusing to settle this case. I urge you to do the right thing. I don't know the amount of the lawsuit, what the lawsuit's asking for, but whatever it is, in my view, it's not enough.
Thank you. Is the case settled?
Nothing is final at this point, Judge.
But, okay.
Yeah. There will be something for the court to approve if and when there is a settlement.
Yeah, all right. Nan Terry is next.
Russell, I want to echo the commissioners who've spoken about the wonderful job you've done on the presentation for the costs and the jail. It's difficult to go through that data, and I appreciate you presenting it in a format to this court. Thank you. As you can see from the chart that I just handed Russell, the numbers are close. I took 3 statistics classes in college, 2 in undergrad, 1 in graduate school, and my favorite professor had a book that he loved, How to Lie with Statistics, and but it does show you that, you know, numbers are numbers, but I don't think these are statistically significantly different. There are some differences. One I'd call you, I think we're using different databases. The unsentenced felons, your numbers are 2681, but it's a 272 difference between the Open Records Act request in in November, 13 days, and 272 seems like a lot of people to have unsentenced felons in that short time. I think we're maybe pulling data from a different place. But the thing I come about with this is references and consistency and omissions. The references, I really applaud you, Russell, on having your dashboard have a place where you can click and get more information. I'd also offer up, in my prior career, before we would go deploy a system to the public, we would try to, quote, break that system with people who didn't know anything about it or volunteers, and I don't know that you'd ever accept it, but I would offer my request. If you want, you know how to find me. I'll volunteer to help break the system before you go live, if that would be beneficial. The other thing I'd like to note is the references, which I did, and the omissions. We don't know the MHMR costs. We don't know the cost of the settlement costs. We don't know the cost of legal costs that I spoke to in my earlier presentation today. So there are a lot of costs that I don't think are covered by these costs for the jail. And until we can get a real number on what the costs are, we really don't know what that number is. And I really appreciate you putting up the dashboards for the other dashboards that are out there. I actually pulled these 2 pages that I just handed out. This is from the Public Safety Report System. At the very bottom is a citation, if you can pull it up for yourself. I just chose Tarrant County, and I chose 1 month and then the last year. What I'd really like you to see is this bottom number, Class C
Your time is
misdemeanors.
up. Thank you.
Why are we spending $1,306 for Class C misdemeanors, which have a $500
Your time is up.
but we're confined?
Thank you. We'll just start turning off the microphones. We have to. Please respect the time. Daniel Bennett is next.
Daniel Bennett, White Settlement, Judge, Court. Let's review the TAD election, shall we? We have 7 candidates. One candidate argued values for homeowners with, as far as I can discern, through open records requests, he didn't file an agent of record form and received donations for his efforts, potentially sending it to a nonprofit. Another candidate, as an elected official, potentially used his office to earn their position on the TAD board, which is against the government code. Then we had a gentleman, school system, Arlington ISD, who cast their ballot on their third open meeting, which is a violation of the property tax code, and their 453 votes shouldn't count. But I understand through Janice Joplin, the mayor of Kennedale, showing me her letter yesterday, all of Arlington's ISD votes counted. How nice. And then we had a sitting director at that meeting, on that third meeting, asking for those illegal votes, which was shocking, because they pledge a fidelity to the property tax system. They're sitting on the dais. We go to these meetings with the understanding that they're protecting our rights, because you guys elect them. All right. Not stellar for the incoming directors. We're trying to restore transparency and accountability here. This is not a very good start, gentlemen. But let's move forward, because we need to restore confidence in our appraisal district. That's why I'm here today. Not to bore out all the inconsistency and lack of fidelity that I've witnessed over the last 7 years. We're going to start with the DA's office. Back in February 23 of 2018, I asked for 4 interviews, 4 whistleblowers. It was in the summer of 2018. I asked for this. In 2016, they gave 4 interviews. In 2018, I asked for the interviews. They shot a letter to the Attorney General's office. That 708846 was the Attorney General number given to the request. It was to suppress the documentation from me so I could not make it public. They sought relief under 552.08. Detection, investigation, or prosecution of crime only in relation to an investigation that did not result in a conviction or deferred adjudication. They didn't investigate it. They never opened an investigation. So they falsely sought relief from the Attorney General's office on a false premise. So my bequest of you today, have the district attorney's office release all 16 hours so we can see a snapshot in time what was going on at the appraisal district, and we can start to become transparent and accountable to the people that pay our taxes and hold property values. Thank you.
Next and last signed up is Lon Burnham.
Good afternoon. I want to back up to 10 o'clock this morning. It's the court's custom to congratulate people on their anniversary date, and I don't think anybody's congratulated the 3 of you on your first anniversary date. So I want to thank you for your service. I particularly want to thank...
the applause is deafening.
You took seconds away from me, Judge, so let's get on with it. Look, I hope your first year has been as interesting to you as it's been to me. I started to come to the court last fall, before you began your service here, talking about my concerns about the way the Sheriff's Department is run, talking about my concerns about the excessive death rate, concerns about excessive incarceration over excessive period of times. We all know it's used as the largest mental health institution here, which is really unfortunate. I really appreciate Russell's work. I think this represents progress for all of us. I really appreciate Commissioner Simmons' public town hall meeting. I hope my commission will do the same thing, because I think we need some broad public discussion about the problems in our jail, not cutting off citizen participation after 3 minutes. I want to make it real clear. I'm pissed about the waste of my time on October 30th when I went to the central jury room with over 200 other people when I was informed that, oh, your services are not needed, you're dismissed, because there are 30 judges that are not holding court today. That speaks to the very real issue that a lot of people know. The judges are not working a 40-hour work week, and they're getting paid way too much for the time that they don't spend on the bench getting the job done. I also want to make another point that is self-evident to most of us that have tried to deal with a loved one or a friend who has a drinking problem. You cannot get an alcoholic to recognize their problem and do something about it until they're willing to admit there is a huge problem here. I want you all to recognize that you are not doing an adequate job admitting that we have a huge problem here, and we are not going to fix it until you guys get more serious about it, because the citizens can come up here and talk for 3 minutes and be rudely interrupted at that 3-minute point from now to kingdom come. But we're not going to fix the problem until the sheriff's department and leadership recognizes it. We're not going to fix the problem until the judges recognize they're not doing their job. And we're not going to fix it until the commissioner's court recognizes the same problem. I'm going to give you 13 seconds back.
All right, that's all that we have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Wilson from Arlington, Texas. Humans be humaning, a fact of life. While we are capable of great humanity, we are also equally capable of great inhumanity. To govern with these two capabilities, we create rules, laws, and institutions. Our democracy rests on the government by the people and for the people. You are the by the people, we are the for the people. There should not be enmity between the two groups. We come recognizing it is our duty to engage with you to inform a more perfect union. In that spirit, we have come and will continue to come, and we will not just as critics, but as partners. We wish to engage you in a dialogue of problem solving. Problems like Chastity Conges. She was emblematic of the property of our county jail administration, who on April 17th was granted the right to proceed with a civil rights lawsuit against Tarrant County Jail. It began with a person diagnosed with mental disorders was, instead of being transported to JPS, was jailed in several months without adequate care or mental treatment. A child named ZCH in court documents died after birth in the jail cell. The mother was then denied the request to attend a child's funerals. Humans be human. We feel that this is not just the failure of our protocols, but community oversight of our institutions. I'm very happy to see the work that you're doing, and we hope to work with you to try to work through all this data to come up with solutions. So we've come to do our part, raise concerns and offer solutions. We ask for a shift from investment to prisons and to an investment in programs. My research shows that 30% of the offenses fall into two categories, DWIs and family violence. We believe in a focus on addressing the mental health issues, fully implementing the diversion program, efficient magistration, and proper attorney discretion, district attorney discretion will go far in alleviating our jail overcrowding. And we can cut off the flow, but we need less buckets. We can do better, we demand to do better, and we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none. We will please remain silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under 551-071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are in recess.
Just get back there. There you go.
All right, good afternoon. We are back from executive session. There are no items that need to be addressed now that we've reconvened, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, we have our 3 at least, so passes 3-0 from those present. We are now adjourned. Happy New Year. Thank you for watching.